Welcome to a TSN production of Eastern Florida State College softball, and it's going to be a dandy today as number 6 Santa Fe College comes to town against your number 9 ranked Eastern Florida State College Titans. Isabel Rosales on the mound for the Titans here for game 1. Isabella just coming back from injury. 7-0 with a 1.49 ERA, making her 6th start. She tossed 4 scoreless innings against Miami-Dade in relief on Tuesday, back here today to get things started in game 1. She'll face a good Santa Fe lineup of Bender, Cox, and English to start things off. The Titans defensively, Jalen Whipple at third. Shortstop is Jessica Merck. Second base is Annalyn Duncan. Madison Velasquez playing first. Carissa Howell in left. Arcelis Jimenez in center. Martha Jones in right. Emma George catching for Isabella Rosales. And Molly Bender will step in, get things started. Sophomore, hitting .424 with 4 home runs, 24 RBIs, 34 stolen bases. The 34 stolen bases, second in the state, third in the nation. First pitch, ball 1 high from Rosales. Rosales is ready. Now time is called. Looks like a warning given to Isabel Rosales by the umpire. And Bender back. Oh, 2-0, so it was a ball called. So obviously the pitch timer was taken. And that one misses, 3-0. So 3-0 count to Bender, just underway here at Titan Softball Complex. Rosales' pitch, high, ball 4. So Bender takes first. And always a threat to steal is Bender. Like I said, 34 stolen bases. And Mackenzie Cox will step in, the sophomore outfielder, hitting .373 with 9 home runs, 38 RBIs this season. Has 12 multi-hit games. First pitch in there, strike 1 from Rosales. The 9 home runs is tied for 3rd in the FCSAAs this season. Here's the 0-1 from Rosales. Bender takes off. George's throw is a good one. Snap tag, and it is out. Bender caught stealing. A great throw from Emma George, and that's 1 away. Emma George has had a great season throwing the ball from the catcher. It's 0-2 now on Cox. That one's outside, ball 1. That one's high, ball 2. That one hit straight up in the air and out of play. Remains 2-2. Rosales is ready. Here's the 2-2. That one hit foul, out of play as Mackenzie Cox stays alive. Pitch, high fly ball, short, out of play, and caught. What a catch by Jalen Whipple. A great catch in foul territory, and 2 away. And so now Cindy English will step in.
Good seeing you.
The catcher, sophomore as well, hitting .400 this season, 4 RBI, 4 home runs, 24 RBIs. That one in there, strike 1 from Rosales. Here's the 0-1. That one's high, ball 1, 1-1. English had 3 hits in the last game against FSW. Had a hit in 8 straight games. For that, that's in there. Strike 2, 1-2. As Rosales has really found a groove here. Here's the 1-2 from Rosales. That one hit right back up the middle, and that's the first hit of the game as Sydney English is on first. So that'll bring up the freshman first baseman, Miranda Murch, hitting .307 with 6 home runs. Another conversation with Isabella Rosales. Here's the first pitch, strike one in there from Rosales. That one hit high and deep in the outfield, and it's out of here. A 2-run home run for Miranda Murch, her 7th of the season, and Santa Fe strikes for 2 in the top of the first. So 2-0 now, and that'll bring up Haley McRae playing right field in game 1. First pitch from Rosales, inside, ball 1. So for Santa Fe, that's home run number 33 on the season. That one's inside, ball 2, 2-0. Rosales gets the sign. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Rosales. It's outside, ball 3, 3-0. Here's the 3-0. It's in there, strike 1. 3-1 now. The 3-1. Short fly ball. Jessica Merck calls it a short, makes the catch, and that's the end of the first. Santa Fe strikes for 2. Titans coming to bat. So, Belle Mancias takes the mound for the Saints. The sophomore's 10-1 with a 1.67 ERA, making her 15th start. And she'll face Aracelis Jimenez to lead things off. Avery Velasquez and Annalyn Duncan behind her. Aracelis comes in on a 10-game hitting streak. She's hitting .487 in that span. First pitch, strike 1. Here's the 0-1 from that's in there, strike 2. And still head 0-2 on the leadoff hitter for the Titans, Aracelis Jimenez. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one's fouled out of play. So they're saying she stepped on the plate, and that's the first out. And that brings up Avery Velasquez. Avery's on a 4-game hit streak, hitting .397 this season. Has a hit in 9 of the last 10. That one's inside. Strike one, gets the call. Mancias off to a good start for Santa Fe. Here's the 0-1. High ball 1-1. So 1-1 count now on Avery Velasquez. That one's outside, ball 2, 2-1. Just underway here at Titan Softball Complex, game 1 of a doubleheader. Velasquez is ready. Here's the 2-1. Velasquez pops that up and out of play. 2-2. So 2-2 count. Mancias is ready. Avery's ready. Here's the pitch. That one hits her. So Velasquez hit by the pitch. It's the 15th time Avery Velasquez has been hit by a pitch this season. She'll take first, and Annalyn Duncan will step in. Annalyn Duncan named the Player of the Week last week for another big week. She has 53 RBIs, which leads the FCSAA and is 5th in the nation. Has a 10-game hitting streak as well, hitting .434. Mancias' first pitch, strike one. With Avery at first, one out here in the bottom of the first. Hits that one in the air. Murch under it, makes the catch, and that's 2 down. So 2 down, Madison Velasquez will step up to the plate. First pitch, strike one, outside corner. That one outside, ball 1-1. To Madison Velasquez, hitting .421 this season, 31 RBIs. Has multi-hit games in each of the last 2 for the Titans. Here's the 1-1. That one a pop fly. Murch will take it, and that's the end of the inning. So after 1 inning, Santa Fe leads 2-0. Rosales on the mound for inning number 2 for the Titans. Jesse Frierson will lead things off. Tegan Grizzard and Riley Blankenship will be the top 3. Here in the top of the second inning. So Frierson steps in. Strike one's called. That one's fouled away. Quickly 0-2. Frierson's hitting .341 in 17 games this season. Here's the 0-2, outside, ball 1. Ellie Frierson. That one hit in the air. Jessica Merck ranges back, catches it, and that's the first out. So Tegan Grizzard will step in, shows bunt, lays it down, but it rolls foul. Tegan Grizzard hitting .295, 26 games, 3 home runs, 4 doubles. Here's the 0-1. Just missed there. Ball 1, 1-1. Grizzard playing shortstop here in game 1. Shows bunt again, fouls it back. Strike 2, 1-2 now. So Grizzard steps back in. Rosales is ready. Here's the 1-2. That one's outside. Ball 2, 2-2. 1 out here in the top of the second. That one's high. Ball 3, 3-2. So Grizzard works the count full. Rosales is ready. That one's low, ball 4. So Grizzard reaches on a walk. Second one by Rosales today, and now Riley Blankenship will step in. Riley Blankenship hitting .296 on the season. This will be her 30th game for the Saints. Grizzard has 14 stolen bases, takes off on the first one, and she's in there. Stolen base number 15 for Grizzard. Now she's at second base with Blankenship. Ball 1 was the count to Blankenship. And here's the pitch. Grizzard thinks about taking third, stops halfway. Strike 1. So 1-1 now on Blankenship. Grizzard Takes off and this bunt back to Rosales, makes the play at first for the second out. So, sacrifice bunt, 1-3, and now there's 2 down. Grizzard at third, and now the number 9 hitter, Cameron Van Galder, steps in. Two down. Rosales' first pitch. Ball 1. Here's the 1-0. That one's in there. Strike 1, 1-1. So 1-1 count. Rosales is ready. That's a ground ball. Merck backhands, throws over to first for the third out. Saints threaten, but don't score, and we head to the bottom of the second. Santa Fe leading 2-0. So Jalen Whipple will get things started for the Titans here in the bottom of the second inning. Whipple's been on a hot streak lately, 3 multi-hit games in the last 4. Leads things off against Mancias. First pitch, slow roller to short. Good throw there by Grizzard, gets the first out. So that'll bring up Chris Howell. Howell playing left field. Steps in with 1 out against Mancias. First pitch, low, ball 1, 1-0. Howell watches that one, strike 1, 1-1. Chris Howell's hitting .306 this season for the Titans. Mancias is ready. Here's the 1-1. That one's in there. Strike 2, 1-2. Howell's ready. Here's the 1-2. Watches that one just a bit high. 2-2. Good eye. So 2-2 count now for Howell. Here's the 2-2. Out in front of that one, fouls it off. Remains 2-2. Howell steps back in. Good off speed, but Howell fouls it off. Remains 2-2. Good at bat from Howell here. Making Mancias work. That one's outside, ball 3. And Howell's worked the count full. Titans look to get something started here in the bottom of the second inning. Game 1 of a doubleheader. That one's outside, ball 4. So Carissa Howell works the walk. Her 15th walk of the season. And one on now for Jessica Merck. Merck playing shortstop. Had a big game-winning home run on Tuesday to give the Titans a win against Miami-Dade in Game 1. Hitting .349 with 5 home runs now, 34 RBIs. That one's outside, ball 1. Merck's ready. Hit that right back up the middle. Mancias turns, throws the second, gets the runner at second. Can't make the turn. So Merck's on to first with the fielder's choice. 2 down now. And Martha Jones will step in. Martha Jones getting the start here in Game 1. Played in just 6 games. 5 for 6 so far this season, though. Shows bunt, pulls back. Strike 1's called. Jones is ready. Slaps that one foul down the line. 0-2. Jones making just her 3rd start of the season. Shows bunt. There's the 0-2. Slaps it past the third baseman. Another hit for Martha Jones. And Jones is now on first with a single. Merck goes to second. And with 2 on, Emma George steps to the plate. So Emma George steps in. She's hitting .322 this season. Looking to get the Titans on the board here. 2 on, 2 out in the bottom of the second. First pitch from Mancias, strike 1. That one's outside, ball 1, 1-1. Mark taking a good lead off second. Had the catcher take a look, Sydney English. Here's the 1-1. That one lined down the first base line, but foul, strike 2. Mancias getting a new ball. Emma George back in the box. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Mancias. That one lined, but the second baseman makes a nice stab. Van Galder makes the play. And the Titans threaten, but we head to the third. Saints leading 2-0. Rosales is done with her warm-up tosses. And we head to the top of the third inning. It'll be the top of the lineup for the Saints. Bender, Cox, and English. Molly Bender walked her first time up. Rosales is ready. Here's the first pitch of the third. That's inside. Oh, it says it hit her. So hit by pitch. Bender's on for the second time. And the Saints have speed on the bases. Bender, like I said, had 34 stolen bases so far this season. Emma George did throw her out back in the first. That brings up Mackenzie Cox. Flew out to third baseman in foul territory first time up. Rosales is ready. That one hit high in the air. Arcelis calls it, makes the catch. Bender will have to go back to first. She was running on the play. And one down. And Sydney English will come up. English singled and scored in the first. Comes up here with one out. Bender at first. Outside, ball one. Rosales is ready. Here's the 1-0. Bender on the run. George with another good throw, but she beats it. Yeah, stolen base number 35 for Molly Bender. It was a close play. Another good throw by Emma George. But Bender now at second. One down. And the count's 1-1 now on English. Rosales is ready. Here's the 1-1. Just missed outside. Ball 2, 2-1. Rosales is ready. Here's the 2-1 with Bender now at second. That one hit in the air. Merck coming back. It'll fall in between, but no advancement from the second base. So first and second now. On the single by English. 2 for 2 now. And that'll bring up Miranda Murch. Hit the home run back in the first inning. Comes up here with 2 on, 1 out here in the third. First pitch to Murch, strike one. Here's the 0-1. That one's in there, strike 2. So Rosales quickly ahead 0-2 on Murch. 2 on, 1 out here in the top of the third. Rosales is ready. Here's the 0-2. That one's outside. Ball 1, 1-2. Rosales is ready. Here's the 1-2. That one's high. Ball 2, 2-2. So Murch evens the count now, 2-2. Rosales is ready. Good pitch there, and doesn't get the call. 3-2. That one right on the inside corner. Full count. Full count now. Rosales is ready. Here's the pitch. Handcuffed her, a little fly to Merck, and that's 2 down. So 2 down now, and Haley McRae will come to the plate. McRae flew out to third base in the first inning. Steps back up here with 2 on, 2 out now. Rosales' first pitch inside, ball 1. Rosales looks to get out of this jam. Got that one in there. Strike 1, 1-1. Ground ball. Whipple grabs it, touches third, and that ends the threat. Good job by Rosales and the defense, and we head to the bottom of the third. The Saints leading 2-0. So the bottom of the third, Titans will have Jimenez, Velasquez, and Duncan leading off. Mancias taking her time. Now she looks ready. Gets the sign. Araceli is ready. Here we go. Araceli shows bunt, pulls back. Ball 1. Jimenez is set. Here's the 1-0. Rips that one past the third baseman for a base hit. Araceli Jimenez continues, now has an 11-game hitting streak. Continues her hot hitting. And now Avery Velasquez will step up. She was hit by a pitch the first time up. So Velasquez steps in now with Aracelis Jimenez at first. That one's in there, strike one. Jimenez, a threat to run, has 18 stolen bases this season, leads the team. Here's the 0-1. That's outside, ball one, 1-1. So 1-1 count now on Avery Velasquez. It's in there, strike two, 1-2. Here's the 1-2. Hits that one up and out of play. Remains 1-2. So Mancias ready now. Here's the 1-2 once again. That one hit high and out of play. Remains 1-2. So 1-2 count once again. Here's the pitch. Got her looking. Good pitch there from Mancias. Out number one here in the third. And Annalyn Duncan will step in with Aracelis Jimenez at first. One down here in the third. First pitch outside, ball one. Mancias is ready. Here's the 1-0 to Duncan. That one misses, 2-0. Duncan has 11 doubles, 5 home runs, 53 RBIs. Turns on that one, hits a dunker. Nice play by Grizzard, but drops. I'm not sure what the call was. I think she's dropped it. Foul ball. So it's 2-1. So 2-1. Nice effort by Grizzard, but can't quite hang on. Here's the 2-1 to Duncan. Gets under that one a little bit. It's a high fly ball. Blankenship under it and makes the catch, and that's 2 down. And that'll bring up Madison Velasquez. Jimenez still at first. Madison ready. Turns on that one, fouls it off, strike one. Oh, 1 count. Madison's ready. Rips that one right up the middle. And Bender runs it down, and that's the 3rd out. We head to the top of the 4th. The Saints continue to lead 2-0. So Ellie Frierson will step in. Flew out to Merck at shortstop last time up. Leads off the top of the fourth. Shows bunt, lays it down perfect. George grabs it, throws to first, gets the out. Good play by Emma George. It was a great bunt. Better play by Emma. And that's the first out here in the top of the fourth. And that brings up Tegan Gizzard. Grizzard walked, stole a base. First time up. Grizzard fouls that away, strike one. Rosales is ready. Here's the 0-1. That one hit up in the air and out of play. Strike two. Rosales quickly ahead, 0-2. Here in the top of the fourth. That one's outside. Ball one, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 from Rosales. Inside corner, just misses again. She's not getting that call. Now it's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Rosales. That one hit in the air to center field right at Jimenez. Arcelas takes it, and 2 down. Two up, 2 down. Riley Blankenship will step in. Had a sacrifice bunt back in the second. Rosales is ready. He hits that one. Duncan flips it. Can't make the play. And Blankenship will make it to first. Kind of a seeing eye single just out of the reach of Rosales. By the time Duncan got to it, it was too late for the speedy Blankenship. And now Cameron Van Galder will come up with 2 down. Rosales is ready. Here's the pitch. Strike one. Good pitch there to get things started. Van Galder, the number 9 hitter, grounded out the first time up. Fouls that one off. Quickly 2 strikes. As Rosales has looked sharp this inning. Ground ball, foul up the first baseline. Madison Velasquez gloved it, but it was foul. Remains 0-2. Rosales is ready. There's the pitch. Low, ball one, 1-2. Good block by Emma George. Kept Blankenship at first. And the count's now 1-2. Little squibber. Duncan has it. Over to first. Makes the play that time. And an easy inning for Rosales. And we head to the bottom of the fourth. Saints still lead 2-0. So Jalen Whipple start things off here in the fourth. Grounded out her first time up. Mancia still on the mound for the Saints as we're in the bottom of the fourth inning. Whipple's ready. Here's the first pitch. That one's inside, ball one. Whipple's ready. Here's the 1-0 outside, ball two. So 2-0 now to Whipple. Leading things off here in the bottom of the fourth. The 2-0 hit down to third. Cox has it, throws over to first, and that's the first out. Hard hit, but Mackenzie Cox made the play at third. And now Carissa Howell step in. Had a good first at bat, earned a walk. Steps in here, looking to get things going. One out in the bottom of the fourth. Off speed in there, strike one. Here's the 0-1. Inside, ball one, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. That one hit the center field and deep. Bender on the run makes the catch. 2 down. And Jessica Merck will step in. Merck steps in, reached on a fielder's choice last time up. That one's in there, strike one. Mark's ready. Here's the 0-1. That's in there. Strike two. 0-2. Mancias quickly ahead. Mark's ready. Here's the pitch. Fouls that one off. Good job by Merck. Remains 0-2. Here's the 0-2. That's high, ball one. So 1-2 count now. That one's outside, gets past the catcher. Ball two, 2-2. So 2-2 count now. Fouls that one off. Good at bat now from Merck. Remains 2-2. So here's the 2-2 pitch. That one's high, ball 3, 3-2. Here's the 3-2. Works the, gets the call. Strike 3, that looked like a ball, but gets the call. Second strikeout of the day for Mancias, ends the 4th, and we head to the 5th. Saints lead 2-0. So first pitch from Morales is ball 1. So we're back to the top of the lineup. Molly Bender been on base twice. Walked and then hit by a pitch. That one's in there, strike 1. So 1-1. Ump calls time. As Rosales was ready, but Bender took her time. That one's hit high fly. Jimenez under it, and she'll make the catch. So for first time today, Bender's not on base. And one down for Mackenzie Cox. So Cox reaches on a bunt single. That brings up Sydney English. 2 for 2 with 2 singles. Now with Cox at first. Mackenzie Cox has 21 stolen bases. So she's a threat to run along with Bender. Rosales is ready. Here's the first pitch. In there, strike 1. Here's the 0-1. That one just missed. Ball 1, 1-1. Rosales ready. Here's the 1-1. That's a ground ball. Duncan can't make the play. Cox is around third. They're going to try to score. Jimenez's throw home. Oh! George can't hold it. And third run will score. English rolls into third. So the Saints take a 3-0 lead as Cox scores from first on the error. English now standing at third. Miranda Murch, who has a home run in the game, coming up the plate. 1 out here in the 5th. That pitch misses in the inside, ball 1. Hits that one foul, strike 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. High, ball 2, 2-1. That one hit in the air. RSL's Jimenez catches it in center, throws home, and that is offline, and it's 4-0. So a sacrifice fly by Murch. And now with 2 down, Haley McRae will step into the plate. Rosales' first pitch, strike 1. Strike 2. Rosales quickly ahead of McRae at 0-2. McRae's 0 for 2 so far today. Rosales is ready. Swinging strike. Gets her first strikeout of the day to end the 5th. Saints get 2 more. We head to the bottom of the 5th, trailing 4-0. So Martha Jones will step in to lead things off here in the 5th. 1 for 1 with a single. As the Titans need to get things going now here in the bottom of the 5th, trailing 4-0. Mancias has been really good today. Shows bunt, pulls back, strike 1. Here's the 0-1. Said she went 0-2. Jones didn't pull back fast enough on that pitch, so she's behind now 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Slaps that one foul, almost gets Emma George in the on deck circle. Remains 0-2. Mancias is ready. Here's the 0-2. Slaps that one, just misses a base hit. That one's fouled down the third base line and remains 0-2. Jones is ready once again. Jones hits that one. That's a fair ball. Jones over to second, and she will be in there. In there with a double. Martha Jones continues to hit. Titans have a double to lead things off, and Emma George will step in. So Emma George will now step in. Lined out to second base her first time up. That one's inside, ball one. Titans look to get things going here in the bottom of the fifth. That one's in there. Strike one, 1-1. George hits that one to second. The play will be made, but Martha moves to third. So now with a runner at third, top of the lineup comes up. Araceli Jimenez, who's 1 for 2. And the Saints are going to have a conference at the mound, as Avery Velasquez is on deck. So the conference is over. Araceli is ready, steps in. Now with Martha Jones at third. Jimenez is ready. One down. Pitch called to strike. Strike one. Santa Fe's ready. Here's the one. Slap that foul. Strike two. Mancias ahead now, 0-2. One out here in the bottom of the fifth. Here's the 0-2. That one hit in the air and out of play. Remains 0-2. Jimenez is ready. Here's the 0-2. Slap that to the shortstop. Looks back, the runner over to first. and they get her. Close play. They get the out, and now there's 2 down. And Avery Velasquez will step to the plate. So Avery Velasquez steps in, 0 for 1, struck out last time. Was also hit by a pitch. With Martha Jones still at third, 2 down now. First pitch, high fly ball. Third baseman calling for it and can't make the catch. It's a fair ball. 1 run is scored as Avery's at first. There were 4 members of the Saints around the ball. The third baseman called for it and couldn't make the catch. So the Titans are on the board. Now it's 4-1. Avery Velasquez is at first, and Annalyn Duncan will step in. So Duncan, 0 for 2 so far today. Steps in now. That one misses, ball 1. As the Titans get a run back, and it's 4-1 now. Here in the bottom of the 4th, or 5th. Rips that one down the line, foul. Strike 1, 1-1. So the count's even 1-1. And CS is ready. Duncan's ready. Outside corner, strike 2, 1-2. Duncan steps back in. Velasquez at first. Duncan hits that one down the right field line and foul. Out of play. Remains 1-2. And Sis gets the sign. Here's the 1-2 to Duncan. That one's high, ball 2, 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Duncan hits that on the line, but right to Van Galder at second. And we head to the 6th inning. Titans now trailing 4-1. So Ellie Frierson will lead things off here in the top of the 6th for Santa Fe. Frierson 0 for 2 so far today. Laid down a nice bunt, but better play by Emma George. Got the out last time up. She'll lead things off here in the 6th against Rosales. First pitch hit to center field deep. On the run, Jimenez. A nice running catch by the center fielder. Aracelis Jimenez covered some ground on that one. And that's the first out. And now Tegan Grizzard will step in. Walked and stole a base and then flew out to center field. That one misses, ball 1. That one hit on a line, and that'll fall in front of Carissa Howell, and that's a single for Grizzard, and she's on base for the 2nd time today. That'll bring up Riley Blankenship with 1 out here in the 6th. Grizzard stole second base the last time she was on, back in the 2nd. That one's outside, ball 1. Rosales is set. Here's the 1-0. That one's in there. George's throw down is not in time. Another stolen base for Grizzard. She has 16 now in the season. And now she's at 2nd. One and 1 is the count on Blankenship. That one hit right back up the middle. Good play by Merck. And she gets the out. A nice play by the shortstop, Jessica Merck. Grizzard moves to 3rd. So Cameron Van Galder will now step in with 2 down and a runner at 3rd. Van Galder 0 for 2. Grounded out twice. Hits that one on the ground. Whipple has it over to 1st, and that ends the inning. So no runs in the top of the 6th, and now we head to the bottom of the 6th. Trailing 4-1. Mancius back on the mound for the Saints. Allowed just 3 hits so far today to the Titans. So Madison Velasquez will step in to lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th. Madison's flown out twice. See if she can get things started here in the bottom of the 6th. Mancius first pitch. Strike on the outside corner. See, this is ready. Here's the 0-1. Inside corner, strike 2. 0-2. She painted the outside corner, then painted the inside corner. Now Madison will have to fight. Fights that one off, fouls it off, strike 2 still on her. Here's the 0-2 from Mensas. Hit on the ground to second. Van Calder has it, makes the play, first out. Now Jalen Whipple will step in. A couple of ground outs so far today. Whipple ready. Pitch just misses on the outside. Ball 1. Swinging strike, strike 1, 1-1. Rip that down the third base line. That's a fair ball. Whipple rounds first, but she'll stay at first with a single. Ball bounced off third base. Good hit right down the line, and now Carissa Howell will step in. Walked on a good at bat and then flew out to the center field. So now Whipple at first. Howell steps in. First pitch misses, ball 1. Carissa Howell. Ready with the 1-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2, 2-0. Here's the 2-0. Howell hits that one high and out of play. Strike 1. Carissa Howell. Ready? Here's the 2-1. Swinging strike, strike 2. So 2-2 count now. Howell steps back in the box. CS is ready. That one's inside. Ball 3, 3-2. So full count now to Carissa Howell. Whipple at first, 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Titans trail 4-1. That one's low. So 2 on now with 1 out. And Jessica Merkel step to the plate. So Merck steps in, reached on a fielder's choice, and then struck out looking on a pitch that looked inside. steps up here with 2 on, 1 out, as the Titans look to get back in this game a little bit. Ball 1. And the assistant coach is going to go out and have a talk with Mancias. Couple different conversations going on Santa Fe side. All right, the conversations seem to be over. And Jessica Merck ready to step back in. 1-0 count against Mancias. Whipple at second, Howell at first. Merck's ready. That one's inside, ball 2, 2-0. So here's the 2-0 to Merck. That one's a ground ball. Shortstop makes the play. They say no interference, so runners advance to second and third. Now 2 down. So Martha Jones steps in. She's 2 for 2. Doubled and scored the lone run back in the 5th. Comes up here in a big spot with runners at second and third, 2 down. That one's high, ball 1. Martha started out her season 7 for 8 so far this season. Watches that one, strike 1, 1-1. Couple walks. The catcher, Emma George, is on deck. 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th. Titans threatening. Here's the 1-1. Swinging strike from Jones. Strike 2, 1-2. Jones taking her time, step back in the box. Checks the swing. Did not go. 2-2. So 2-2, 2 outs, 2 on. Jones is ready. Here's the pitch. Fouls that one off. Stays alive. 2-2. Jones steps back in. Here's the 2-2. Hit that, flared out, and foul. So Jones fighting, Remains 2-2. Looking for her pitch. Mancias is ready. Here's the pitch. Slaps that to third. It's off the third baseman. 1 run will score. Howell will stay at third. Martha Jones does it again. She's on base for the 3rd time today. And it's 4-2. So Emma George steps in now with runners at first and third, 2 down. Titans close the gap, 4-2 now. First pitch, strike 1. Emma George lined out to second and then grounded out to second. That one's inside, ball 1, 1-1. So Emma George steps back in. Here's the 1-1 from Mancias. Inside, ball 2, 2-1. So George gets ahead in the count, 2-1. Coming off a big game at Miami-Dade on Tuesday. See if she can keep it going here. That one's outside, 3-1. So Yemina is on deck as the Titans will turn the lineup to the top if George can find a way on. Runners on first and third, 2 down. Here's the 3-1 from Mancias. And that's ball 4. And now the bases are loaded for the top of the order, as once again the bottom of the lineup is doing their job. Coach Ziegler going to make a move here, and Brooklyn Scott. So Brooklyn Scott will come to the plate and pinch hit for RSL's Jimenez, who's 1 for 3. So here in the 6th, Brooklyn Scott gets a turn with the bases loaded, 2 out. Brooklyn Scott hitting .433 in 21 games. Has 10 RBIs, has been clutch for the Titans so far this season. First pitch, strike 1. Here's the 0-1 to Scott. That one's outside, ball 1, 1-1. Avery Velasquez on deck if Scott can somehow find a way on. Here's the 1-1 from Mancias. Bases loaded. Fouls that one off, strike 2. So Mancias ahead now, 1-2. Scott's ready. That one's high, ball 2, 2-2. Scott back in the box. Bases loaded, 2 down in a 4-2 game here in the bottom of the 6th. Mancias' pitch. High, ball 3. And Scott has worked the count full. And now with the bases loaded, full count, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Scott's ready. Here's the pitch from Mancias. Fouls that one off. So Scott stays alive with the foul off. Steps back in the box. Brooklyn Scott's ready. Mancias gets the sign. Here's the 3-2 pitch. High, ball 4, and a run is scored. And now it's 4-3 Titans, down by just 1. And Avery Velasquez coming to the plate. So RSL's Jimenez will come pinch run for Brooklyn Scott. Huge walk from Brooklyn Scott. Makes it a 4-3 game. And now Avery Velasquez will step in. Bases loaded, 2 outs. As the Titans look to get back in this game. Down now 4-3. First pitch in there, strike 1. Velasquez is ready. Reached on an error last time. Also been hit by a pitch. Swings at that. Strike 2. So 0-2 now. Mancias looks to get out of the jam. Avery Velasquez is ready. Here's the 0-2. That one's high, ball 1, 1-2. Velasquez looking to add to her 42 RBIs this season. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball 2, good eye. Evens the count 2-2. So 2-2 count now. Mancias is ready. Here's the 2-2. Fouls that one straight back. So Velasquez fouled that one back, out of play. Now it's 2-2. Back in the box. Mancias is ready. Hits that one in the air. Catcher calls for it and makes the catch. Sydney English makes the catch to end the threat. But the Titans scored twice, and now it's 4-3 as we head to the 7th. So we head to the 7th inning. Saints holding on to a 4-3 lead now. That'd be the top of the lineup for Santa Fe, and Bender, Cox, and English due up. Isabella Rosales still on the mound. So Molly Bender will step in. Walked and hit by a pitch and then flew out to center field. Officially 0 for 1. Been on base 2 times. Has notched another stolen base. Ball 1. Here's the 1-0 from Rosales. That one's in there. Strike 1, 1-1. Good pitch there from Rosales. Strike 2. And now it's 1-2. The 1-2 low, ball 2, 2-2. So 2-2, here's the pitch. That one's high and inside, ball 3, 3-2. So Bender works the count full. Rosales is ready. And here's the 3-2. Line shot down the third base line, fair ball. Bender on to second. She'll roll in with a double. And the Saints lead off with a double. And that'll bring up Mackenzie Cox. Bunt single and scored back in the 5th. Now with Bender at second. Rosales is ready. Shows bunt, fouls it off, strike 1. Laid down a good bunt back in the 5th. Rips that one down the left field line. Howell will have it, but she'll throw to second as another run will score. An RBI single by Cox. And just like that, it's back to 5-3. That'll bring up Sydney English. 2 for 2 and reached by an error. Scored twice. So she's been on base every time so far today. Comes up with Cox now at first. First pitch, strike 1 from Rosales. Here's the 0-1. Good pitch there, but misses. Ball 1, 1-1. So 1-1 count to English. That one's low, ball 2, 2-1. Rosales is ready. Here's the pitch. That one misses. Now it's 3-1 to English. Miranda Murch on deck. That one's in there, 3-2. Good pitch there by Rosales. And she'll work the walk. So now 2 on, nobody out, and Miranda Murch will come into the plate. Looks like they're going to pinch run for Sydney English. So Laura Pierce will pinch run for Sydney English at first. Now it looks like Coach Ziegler's going to make a move as well. So Hannah Davis is going to come in and take over for Isabella Rosales. Hannah Davis 5-2 with a 2.38 ERA. Has a save this season. Been really good in her last 15 innings. So Hannah Davis coming in to stop things right here, hopefully. Keep it a 5-3 game. Titans have a chance in the bottom of the 7th. So Davis is ready. Miranda Murch will step in. Homer to get things started in the first. Has a sac fly in the 5th. So 3 of the 5 RBIs are hers, and she comes on with 2 on, nobody out here in the 7th. Ball 1 from Hannah Davis. Timeout's called as Emma George tries to get her wristband ready. Now she's ready to go. Here's the 1-0 from Hannah Davis. High fly ball. Going to be in foul territory and going to fall. Strike 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. That one's low, ball 2, 2-1. Outfield playing Murch deep. Here's the 2-1 from Hannah Davis. Hit right back to Davis. It's off her. Everybody's going to be safe, and the bases are loaded now. Ball went off Hannah Davis's leg, and she couldn't find it. So everybody's safe. And Haley McRae will step to the plate. Have another pinch runner. Autumn Prakash will run for Miranda Merge. So now bases loaded with nobody out. And Davis will face Haley McRae. McRae's 0 for 3 so far today. Davis's first pitch, outside corner, strike one. Good start. That one's on the outside. Strike two. Two good pitches from Hannah Davis to start things off. Here's the 0-2. Outside, ball one. Here's the 1-2 from Anna out in front. Fouls that off. Remains 1-2. Here's the 1-2, ground ball to Whipple. She'll throw home for the out, and that's all they'll get, but that's a big out. As McRae now reaches on the fielder's choice. Good play by Whipple. Now with the bases loaded, Ellie Frierson will step in. Also 0 for 3 so far today. Flew out to center, flew out to short. Fouls that one straight back out of play. So now with one out, Hannah Davis is ahead 0-1. Here's the pitch. Swinging, strike two. So 0-2 now. Davis is ready. That one hit in the air. Carissa Howell under it. She'll make the catch. The throw to third as a sacrifice fly by Ellie Frierson. And it's 6-3. Now with runners on first and second, Tegan Grizzard will step in. Santa Fe has now scored 2 here in the top of the 7th. Hannah Davis is ready. That one bunted, but foul, strike one. Grizzard walked, stole base, singled, stole base, and flew out to center so far today. Comes up here with 2 on, 2 out. Hannah Davis. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fouls that one off. Strike two. Davis once again ahead 0-2. Hannah Davis has come in throwing strikes. Two down here in the top of the 7th. Davis is ready. Here's the pitch. That's outside, ball one. 1-2. Davis ready. Here's the 1-2 inside. Ball 2, 2-2. Titans will have the middle of the lineup coming up. They can get out of this jam with just the 3 runs deficit. That one hit in the air. Could be playable, but out of bounds. Remains 2-2. Madison Velasquez looked for it, but hit the top of the dugout. So still 2-2, 2 outs. Hannah Davis is ready. That one hit, fouled out of play. Remains 2-2. Davis is ready. Here's the 2-2. That one's low, 3-2. So 3-2 count. Hannah Davis is ready. Here's the pitch. That's ball 4, so the bases are loaded once again. And now Riley Blankenship due up. Sacrifice bunt, infield single, and grounded out so far today. Comes up here with bases loaded, 2 down. Hannah Davis is ready. That one's outside, ball 1. That's grounded. Whipple has it, throws the first, and that ends the inning. Hannah Davis does a good job, but the Saints score twice. Titans trail 6-3, heading to the bottom of the 7th. So Mancias back on the mound here in the bottom of the 7th. She'll face Duncan, Velasquez, and Whipple as the Titans need 3 to tie, 4 to win here in the bottom of the 7th, the game 1 of a doubleheader. Annalyn Duncan steps in. Duncan 0 for 3 so far today. Lined out to second last time out. First pitch from Mancias, ball 1. Titans sent 8 batters to the plate in the 6th, scoring twice to get back in this game a little bit. Saints struck back for 2 runs in the top of the 7th. That one's in there, strike 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. That's in there, strike 2. Here's the 1-2. That's high, ball 2, 2-2. Duncan's ready. Here's the 2-2. That's low, ball 3. Good eye, 3-2. Duncan's ready. Here's the 3-2 from Mancius. Hits that one to the short. And Grizzard makes the play for the first out. That'll bring up Madison Velasquez. 0 for 3 so far today. So Velasquez steps in now against Mancius. That one's high, ball 1. Here's the 1-0 from Mancius. That one's inside, ball 2, 2-0. Here's the 2-0 to Madison. That's in there, strike 1, 2-1. Here's the 2-1. That one hit into the gap. So Madison Velasquez on with a single. And now Jalen Whipple will come up with 1 down. Whipple 1 for 3, scored, singled and scored back in the 6th. Now we'll have a pinch runner as Isabel Otero will run for Avery Velasquez, or Madison Velasquez. Sorry about that, Madison Velasquez. So Otero now is at first. With Whipple now stepping into the plate. Pitch is strike 1. English took a look at Otero after the strike call, but Isabel taking a big lead. That one hit into left field. That's going to drop for another hit. And Whipple's on 2 for 4 now, and now 2 on with 1 out for Carissa Howell. Howell steps in. It's ball 1. Howell's walked twice, flown out to center. Scored back in the 6th. Comes on here with 2 on, 1 out. That one in there, strike 1, 1-1. Howell's made Mancias work all day. All three bats have been good ones. That one's a good pitch. Inside corner, strike two, 1-2. So 1-2 count. Now is Howell's ready. Howell hits that right back up the middle for a single. They're going to load the bases as Otero goes to third. 3 straight singles, and the Titans have the bases loaded for Jessica Merck here in the bottom of the 7th. So Jessica Merck steps in. Can she do it again? She had the game-winning home run against Miami-Dade on Tuesday. Steps up here with the bases loaded. First pitch, strike one. Reached on a fielder's choice, grounded out and struck out so far today. Mancias gets ahead 0-1. Here's the pitch. That's outside. Ball one, 1-1. Merck has 5 home runs this season. But all they're looking for is a base hit. Keep things going here. 1 out in the 7th. Swinging strike, strike 2. Martha Jones on deck. Bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Hits that one foul. Got a lot of that one. Remains 1-2. Merck's ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High, ball 2, 2-2. Counts even. That one hit in the air. Shortstop makes the play, so 2 down. Good play by Grizzard. And Martha Jones will step in now with 2 down, bases loaded. Jones 2 for 2, reached on an error last time. Been on base all 3 times. Hit a double and scored back in the 5th. Comes up here in a big spot with the bases loaded. That one's high, ball 1. Titans have really made Mancias work this last 2 innings. Here's the 1-0. That's in there, strike 1, 1-1. Second straight inning, the Titans have had the bases loaded with 2 outs. Mancias got out of the jam last inning. pitch clock, I believe. So a strike is called on Martha Jones. So apparently she was too slow getting in the box, and now it's 1-2 count. Slaps that right back to Mancias, and she'll get out of the jam. And the game one goes to Santa Fe, 6-3. We will be back with game two in approximately 20 minutes. Well, we're ready to go here in game 2 of our doubleheader. Lineups basically the same. Avery Velasquez on the mound for game 2 for the Titans. She's 6-2, making her 8th start. 1.13 ERA is second in the FCSAA. First pitch, strike one to Molly Bender. Bender was 1 for 2, had a double and scored. Walked and was hit by a pitch, stole her 35th base of the season. That one in outside, ball 1-1. Velasquez had a complete game shutout against Miami-Dade on Tuesday, 6 strikeouts. Strike 2. Here's the 1-2. Hit into right field. Martha Jones on the run makes the catch. 1 down. So that'll bring up Mackenzie Cox playing third base. 2 for 4 in game 1. Steps in here. 1 out in the top of the first. Lays down the bunt. Avery's on it. Throws to first. 2 down. Good play by Avery Velasquez. And now there's 2 down. Sydney English stepping in. English was on base all 4 times. Officially 2 for 2. First pitch from Avery, outside, ball 1. Here's the 1-0 from Avery Velasquez. That's in there, strike 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. That's in there, strike 2. So Velasquez ahead 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one grounded past the diving second baseman into center field. So Sydney English with another single. That'll bring up Miranda Murch. Murch hit a 2-run home run in the first inning of game 1. Steps up here with Sydney English at first. Velasquez is ready. That one's in there, strike 1. That pitch is low, ball 1, 1-1. Top of the first here in game 2 of a doubleheader. Santa Fe took game 1. Titans looking to even things up here in game 2. Here's the 1-1. That one's fouled off. Strike 2. Here's the 1-2. That one, nice diving catch by Aracelis Jimenez. What a play by the center fielder. Who's had a couple spectacular plays today. We head to the bottom of the first, scoreless. So Morgan Stevens taking her warm-up pitches for Santa Fe. She's 5-1 with a 2.12 ERA, making her 5th start, 12th appearance of the season. And Araceli Jimenez will lead things off for the Titans. Just made an outstanding play in center field. Now she'll lead things off. 1 for 3 in game 1. Extended her hitting streak to 11 games. Leads off here game 2 for the Titans. Strike 1 called. Here's the 0-1. Lays down a bunt. And foul. Just barely foul. She laid it down right in the batter's box. So quickly 0-2. Araceli back in the box. Here's the pitch. That one low, ball 1. Hit back to the pitcher. Pitcher throws over, and they call her out. So Murch had to jump a little bit to get the ball, but came back down in time and got the play done. So 1 out, Avery Velasquez will step in. First pitch to Avery, ball 1. Rips that one. Oh, a diving catch by Grizzard. What a play. Actually, number 8. Yeah, it is Grizzard. Tegan Grizzard with a great diving play. Robs a base hit from Avery Velasquez. And we've seen 2 web gems in a matter of 5 batters here in game 2. And Annalyn Duncan will step in. Ball 1 to Duncan. And there's strike 1, 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Rips that one foul down the line. So 2-2 count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Stevens is ready. Fouls that one off. And Duncan stays alive, 2-2. one misses. Ball 3, 3-2. And here's the 3-2 pitch to Duncan. Hits that in the air to right field. Right fielder makes the catch. And McRae makes that catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. We head to the second, scoreless in game 2. So Haley McRae will lead things off in the top of the second inning against Avery Velasquez. Here's the first pitch. In there, strike 1. McRae reached on a fielder's choice and was 0 for 3 in the first game. Grounds that ball to the shortstop. Merck has it, throws over to first, and makes the play. First out. That'll bring up Ellie Frierson. Frierson playing right field in game 2. Fouls that one off, strike 1. Was the designated player in game 1. Had a sacrifice fly. 0 for 3. Quick meeting. And Avery's ready to go. The 0-1 to McRae. Outside, ball 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Jammed her right to Merck. Merck makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down. And Tegan Grizzard will step in. Grizzard made an outstanding catch. Walked twice, singled, and flew out in the first game. Strike 1 called. Here's the 0-1 from Avery. That one's high, ball 1. That one's low, ball 2. So 2-1 now to Grizzard. Strike two, 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Fouled that one back. Remains 2-2. And McRae hits that into left field for a single. Or Grizzard, I should say. Apologies. So Grizzard on base once again, and Riley Blankenship will step in. Grizzard a threat to run. And there she goes as it's fouled off, strike one. Grizzard wasted no time trying to get the second. 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. Grizzard has 15 stolen bases after getting one in the first game. She takes off, swinging strike. A good throw by Emma, and she got her. Emma George with another strike. She's been good all season, and she throws out another base runner, and that ends the second. We head to the bottom of the second, scoreless. So Madison Velasquez steps in, lead off the second inning. It's Morgan Stevens. Stevens' first pitch, outside corner, strike one. That one's low, ball one, 1-1. Morgan Stevens is ready. That one's a ball, 2-1 now. Madison gets out in front of that one, but hits it a mile. And now it's 2-2. So Velasquez back in. Stevens is ready. Here's the 2-2. That one's low, ball 3, 3-2. Jalen Whipple on deck. Hit out to right field and deep, but the right fielder makes the catch. Ellie Frierson makes the catch, and that's one out. And that'll bring up Whipple. Jalen Whipple, 2 for 4 in the first game. First pitch, strike one. Whipple notched another multi-hit game. Has now had 4 of her last 5 games. That one's low, ball 1-1. Here's the pitch from Stevens. That one hit high in the air, not a play. Strike 2. The 1-2, Whipple hits it right back up the middle for a single. So that'll bring up Carissa Howell now with Whipple at first. Howell walked a couple of times, had a couple of good at-bats. Game 1. The left fielder takes ball 1. Whipple at first. Swinging strike, strike 1. So here's the 1-1 pitch from Stevens. Strike on the outside corner, strike 2. So 1-2 count. Howell rips that into left field. And now 2 on. And Jessica Merck. So Merkel stepped to the plate with 2 on and 1 out here in the second. That one's outside. Throw down to first. Howell's back. Ball 1 to Merck. Good throw by McCray. Stevens is ready. Here's the 1-0. Merck hits that one foul. Strike 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Stevens. Merck hits that into right field. That's going to fall, and that's going to get away. 1 run will score as Whipple scores. Howell around third. She will score as well. The Titans take a 2-0 lead as Merck ends up at third base. So Martha Jones will step in. Strike one. Martha Jones had a big first game for the Titans. 2 for 2, also reached on air, had a double. Comes up here with a runner at third. Here's the 0-1. Bunts that foul. Or they're actually calling that a miss, so it's a wild pitch, and the run will score. So a run scores, and now Martha Jones is down 0-2. Flashes that back. Foul ball. Heads up running by Jessica Merck. Stevens is ready. Here's the 0-2. That one's low. Ball 1-2. So the Titans have struck for 3 runs so far here in the bottom of the second. That one's fouled down the third base line. Jones ready. Here's the 1-2 from Stevens. That one misses. Ball 2, 2-2. Good eye there from Jones. That one high and inside. Ball 3, 3-2. So Martha Jones has worked the count full. Martha's ready. Stevens gets the sign. That one's inside. Ball 4. Martha Jones earns the walk. Oh, yeah. She earns the walk. Santa Fe coach wanted an explanation. Wants them to actually talk about it. Has it hit her, but was she still in the box when it hit her is probably what they're asking. So Emma George will step up. Martha Jones looks like she's okay. And once again, Martha Jones is on base. Stevens is ready. First pitch, strike one to Emma George. Fouls that straight back, strike two, 0-2. Here's the 0-2. Strike three looking. And that's your second out of the inning. And we go to the top of the order with Araceli Jimenez. With Jones at first. 2 down now. Stevens is ready. Here's the pitch. First pitch to Araceli, strike 1. Jimenez grounded out in the first at bat. Lays that bunt down. It's a good one, but the third baseman makes a good throw, and that ends the inning. But the Titans get 3 runs. We head to the third inning. Titans leading 3-0. So Riley Blankenship will step back in. She was at bat when Grizzard was caught stealing for the final out in the second, so she'll lead off the third. First pitch from Avery Velasquez, strike 1. That one just misses. Ball 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Avery. Swinging strike. Strike 2. Here's the 1-2. High, ball 2. Avery set. Here's the 2-2 to Blankenship. Hits that past Whipple into left field for a single. So Blankenship's on to start the second inning. And Van Gelder. Cameron Van Gelder will step in. And here's Avery's first pitch. Ball 1. Avery set. Here's the 1-0. Shows bunt. Fouls it off. Strike 1. Here's the 1-1 from Avery. Strike 2. So Van Galder trying to get the bunt down, couldn't do it. Now it counts 1-2. See if Blankenship's running. Fouls that one straight back. Remains 1-2. Here's the 1-2 from Avery. That one lined into center field. It'll fall ahead of Araceli, and 2 on for the top of the lineup. So Molly Bender will step in. She flew out to left field first time up. Comes up here in the top of the third with 2 on, nobody out. Velasquez is ready. First pitch, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. That's a grounding ball. Merck takes it, flips to second. That's the only play they'll have. So fielder's choice for the first out. Bender is at first now. Blankenship moves to third. And Mackenzie Cox will step in. Grounded out to the pitcher the first time. Comes up a 1 out, 2 on. Runners on first and third. That one's outside. The throw down. Cut off by Merck. So the stolen base from Bender. Here's the 1-0. That one popped up, but out of play. Fan caught it. And it's 1-1 now. Avery's ready. Here's the 1-1. That grounded to Whipple. Gets through both Whipple and Merck. 1 run will score. The second run scores as well. As Mackenzie Cox ends up at second, 2 runs score, and now it's 3-2 Titans here in the third. And now Sydney English will come to the plate. So Sydney English will now step in. She's 1 for 1 with a single. 1 down here in the third. That one's in there. Strike 1 from Avery Velasquez. Strike 2. Quickly ahead 0-2 on English. That one's low. Ball 1. Avery's ready. Here's the 3. Here's the 1-2. Checked her swing, but it's called a ball. 2-2. So 2-2. Here's Avery's pitch. And that one hit into center field. Araceli makes the catch. And 2 away. Now with 2 down, that'll bring up Miranda Murch. Murch flew out to center field her last time up. A great catch by Araceli Jimenez in center. That one's low, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. That's in there. Strike 1, 1-1. And the count's 1-1. Avery gets the sign. She's ready to go. That one fouled off. Strike 2, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Avery Velasquez. Swinging strike. She gets the strikeout to end the inning. But the Saints get 2. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. Titans leading 3-2. So Avery Velasquez will get things started here in the bottom of the 3rd inning for the Titans against Stevens. Ball 1. Avery lined out her first time up. That one's in there. Strike 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Stevens. Rips that down to 3rd. And she grounds out. Good play by the 3rd baseman. And that'll bring up Annalyn Duncan. Duncan flew out to right field. First at bat. Outside, ball one. That one's in there. Strike one. 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Stevens to Annalyn Duncan. Rips that to short. Grizzard has it. Throws to first, and that's 2 down. 2 up, 2 down. Madison Velasquez step in. So Madison Velasquez steps in. That one's outside, ball one. 2 down here in the bottom of the third. Titans have a 3-2 lead. Madison rips that down the line, but foul. Strike one. Madison's ready. Here's the 1-1. Rips that one down the left field line and just foul. Just missed extra bases there. And now the count's 1-2. So 1-2 count. Stevens gets the sign. Madison's ready. Madison hits that down to third. Picked by Cox, throws over to first, and that's the end of the third. We'll head to the fourth. Titans leading 3-2. So Haley McRae will lead things off here in the top of the fourth for Santa Fe. Avery Velasquez ready to go. So Avery's ready. Here's the first pitch. Inside, ball one. Strike one called. Here's the 1-1 from Avery. Strike two called. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball right to Merck. Merck over to first. Good play. One down. Swinging strike against Ellie Frierson, strike one. That one hit high and deep, but Carissa Howell is there, and that's two down. Howell had her played well. 2 up, 2 down here in the fourth. And Tegan Grizzard steps in. Tegan 1 for 1 here in game 2. Was on base 3 or 4 times. Hits it to Merck. And once again, Jessica Merck makes a great play. And a 1-2-3 quick inning for Avery Velasquez and the defense. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Titans lead 3-2. Jalen Whipple will step up to lead things off here in the fourth. Singled and scored back in the second. Stevens is ready. First pitch, outside corner, strike one. Whipple gets underneath that one, high fly ball. Left fielder Riley Blankenship takes it. And that's one out. So Carissa Howell will step in. She singled and scored as well back in the second. As the Titans struck for 3 runs in the second inning. That one's inside, ball one. That one's outside corner, but strike called, 1-1. So 1-1, here's Stevens' pitch. High fly ball, out of play, strike two. 1-2 count on Howell. Stevens is ready, here's the 1-2. Fouls that away. Remains 1-2. Here's the pitch to Howell. Ground ball to third. Cox has it. Throws over to first. 2 up, 2 down. In the fourth. And that'll bring up Jessica Merck. Also 1 for 1. Singled and scored. Her hit led to 2 runs. Then she'd score on a wild pitch. She went all the way to third on her hit. Strike 1 called. That one's low, ball 1, 1-1. Two down here in the bottom of the fourth. Titans lead 3-2. Stevens is ready. Here's the 1-1. Merck hits that to third. Cox again throws over to first, and that's a 1-2-3 inning on both sides. We head to the fifth. Titans lead 3-2. So we get going here in the top of the fifth. Miranda. It'll be Riley Blankenship to lead things off. First pitch, ball 1. Blankenship singled and scored back in the third. Our leadoff single got things going for Santa Fe. Here's the 1-0 from Avery. That's in there, strike 1, 1-1. That one's high, ball 2, 2-1. That one's in there, strike 2. So 2-2 on Blankenship. That one fouled off. Remains 2-2. So Velasquez back in the circle. 2-2 count to Blankenship. Here's we start the fifth. That one grounded to Duncan. Duncan over to first. One away. And Cameron Van Galder is next. Avery, ready. First pitch, hit to Carissa Howell, who has to get it on a bounce. So another single. That's 2 for 2 for Cameron Van Galder here in game 2. And she'll be on first for the top of the order as Molly Bender's coming up. Bender reached on a fielder's choice and scored back in the third. Also flew out to left field. Van Galder now 2 for 2. Here's the pitch from Avery. That's in there, strike one. That one hit to right field and deep, but Martha Jones is there. She'll make the catch. And 2 down. So 2 down now. Mackenzie Cox will step in, 1 for 2, singled, and then grounded out to the pitcher on a bunt. That one lined down the third baseline, foul, strike one. Avery's ready. That one hit in the air. Martha Jones calling off, but Aracelis comes across and makes the catch. Aracelis out of nowhere comes and makes the catch. And we head to the bottom of the fifth. Titans still lead 3-2. So Morgan Stevens back on the mound. Warm-ups are done. And she'll face Martha Jones to lead things off. Jones reached on a hit by pitch. Back in the second inning. Comes up here to lead off things in the fifth. As it'll be 8, 9, and 1 coming up for the Titans here in the bottom of the fifth. That one, ball one. So 1-0 on Martha Jones. Here's the 1-0. That's in there, strike one. 1-1 to Martha Jones. Oh, 0-2, sorry. Martha Jones now has to protect. Shows bunt, reach back, swinging strike. Strikeouts number 2 for Stevens. And leads off the fifth. And now Emma George will step up to the plate. Stevens is set. The first one to George is outside, ball one. One 1-0 to Emma George. That one's in there, strike one, 1-1. George 0 for 1 so far today in game 2. George hits that down the line, and she will beat out the throw. Good job by Emma George. Beats it out. So an infield single by Emma George, and now Aracelis Jimenez will step to the plate. So Aracelis Jimenez steps in. First pitch, strike one. Jimenez is ready. Here's the 0-1. Lays down a bunt, and it's a dandy, but it will go foul. Strike two. A great bunt by Aracelis Jimenez, but just rolls foul. So now it's 0-2. Stevens gets the sign. Jimenez follows that one straight back. Remains 0-2. Jimenez watches that one, 1-2. One out here in the bottom of the fifth. That one called strike three on the outside corner. Third strikeout for Stevens, the second out here in the fifth. That'll bring up Avery Velasquez. So Avery Velasquez steps in, 0 for 2 so far today in the second game. First pitch, strike one. With George at first base. That one's high, ball one. 1-1 count now on Avery. Hit that one down the line, foul, strike two. So 1-2 count, Avery's back in the box. Morgan Stevens is ready. That one ripped, but the shortstop gets it. And a hit, but one left on base. We head to the sixth. Titans lead 3-2. So Avery Velasquez done with her warm-up tosses as we head to the top of the sixth inning. Titans hanging on to a 3-2 lead. Sydney English will lead things off for Santa Fe. 1 for 2. First pitch, outside, ball 1. Avery's ready. That one fouled back. Strike 1, 1-1. Velasquez is ready. Here's the 1-1. That's in there. Strike 2. Good pitch from Velasquez. And now heading to count 1-2. English 1 for 2. 1 for 2 so far today. That one grounded up the third baseline. Foul. Avery's ready. Here's the 1-2. Outside, ball 2, 2-2. Good eye from English. Evens the count, 2-2. That one hit in the air. Carissa Howell onto it and makes the catch for the first out of the 6th. So that'll bring up Miranda Murch 0 for 2. Here in game 2. Had a big home run in game 1 and got Santa Fe started. That pitch is inside, ball 1. That one outside, ball 2, 2-0. The 2-0 from Avery, ball 3, 3-0. Is a strike. So 2-1 now, or 3-1, I should say. Excuse me. Velasquez is ready. Here's the 3-1. Ground ball. Merck has it over to first. Good play by Madison Velasquez to find the bag, as Merck's throw was a little off, but Madison made it work. 2 down. That'll bring up Haley McRae. 0 for 2 so far today. Haley McRae hits the first pitch up in the air. Martha Jones calls for it, makes the catch, and that's a 1-2-3 inning for the Titans. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Eastern Florida leading 3-2. So here we go in the bottom of the 6th inning. Annalyn Duncan will get things started for the Titans. 0 for 2. Here's the first pitch from Stevens. Outside, ball 1. That's in there, strike 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Stevens. Duncan hits that one to the shortstop. Grizzard can't quite make that play, and Duncan is on. Grizzard's made a lot of nice plays today. Couldn't handle that one, and now Madison Velasquez is up with Duncan at first. So Madison Velasquez steps in with Duncan at first now with nobody out. Shows bunt, lays down a beauty. It is a great one. A sacrifice bunt by Madison Velasquez, and Duncan is at second. A really nice bunt by Madison. And with one out, Jalen Whipple's up. Whipple 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the 2nd. Flew out to left field in the 4th. First pitch outside, ball 1. That one's in there, strike 1. So 1-1 on Whipple, bottom of the 6th. That one's outside, ball 2, 2-1. Whipple hits that one high and fairly deep in center field. The center fielder, Bender, makes the catch. And Annalyn Duncan makes her way to third. So with 2 outs, Duncan's now at third, and Carissa Howell steps in. Howell 1 for 2 as well. I'm going to have a talk with Stevens real quick. Carissa Howell steps in, now with Duncan at third. First pitch, low, ball 1. Howell steps back in. Here's the 1-0. That's in there, strike 1. Here's the 1-1 from Stevens. Outside corner, ball 2. Here's the 2-1 from Stevens. Howell hit that one high and foul and caught. Nice running catch by Blankenship. And that's your third out. And we head to the top of the 7th. Titans leading 3-2. 3 outs away from a win and a split against Santa Fe in a battle of top 10 teams in the nation.
At bat, number 50, Ellie Frierson.
So Ellie Frierson will step in, lead off the top of the 7th. Avery Velasquez tries to lock down the win. First pitch to Frierson, ball 1. Frierson, Grizzard, and Blankenship due up. That one high fly ball. Annalyn Duncan tries, can't make the catch. Martha Jones is right there to hold her to a single. Dump that right in between. Good range from Duncan. Jones was coming on. Nobody could quite get to it, and Frierson's on with a single to lead things off. So now Santa Fe is going to make a change, and they're going to have a pinch runner for Frierson. And Laura Pierce will run.
At bat, number 8, Tegan Grizzard.
And Tegan Grizzard will step in. 1 for 2. Singled back in the 2nd. Rounded out in the 4th. See if she's bunting. Try to get Pierce over to 2nd. Avery's ready. Here's the first pitch. She shows bunt. Ball's inside. Ball 1. Avery's ready. Here's the 1-0. Shows bunt, lays it down. Avery scoops, throws over to first, and they got her. So the sacrifice bunt by Grizzard. That's the first out. So now Riley Blankenship will step in. 1 for 2 with a single. Scored back in the 3rd. Grounded out in the 5th. Comes up here in the 7th with now runner Pierce on 2nd. The tying run. First pitch from Avery. Ball 1. Here's the 1-0. That one hit into left field. Carissa has it, throws to 3rd, but not in time. And runners are at 1st and 3rd. 1 out here in the 7th inning. And Cameron Von Galder will step in. So 1 out here in the bottom of the or top of the 7th. Santa Fe has runners on 1st and 3rd. Cameron Van Galder steps in. She's 2 for 2. Shows bunt, fouls it off. Strike one. Here's the 0-1. Swinging strike. Blankenship takes second. 0-2 now, as Velasquez could really use the strikeout here. Van Galder 2 for 2 though. Runners now at second and third. The winning run, or the go-ahead run at second. That one hit to first, past the first baseman. 1 run will score. Jones's throw home is not in time. And just like that, Santa Fe has taken the lead with a 2-run single by Van Galder. Cameron Van Galder with her 3rd hit of the day was a big one, a 2-run single. And now the Saints have a lead, 4-3. Coach Ziegler has a word with Velasquez in the infield, and now we're ready to go, as now it's the top of the lineup with Molly Bender stepping in. Still just 1 out here in the 7th. First pitch, ball 1. So 1-0 now to Bender. Bender 0 for 2, reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 3rd. Fouls that one off, strike 1, 1-1. So 1-1 now on Bender. Avery's ready. Here's the pitch. That one misses. Ball 2, 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike to Bender. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Ground ball to Merck. Merck throws it to second for 1. Over to first, not in time. But a fielder's choice once again for Bender. And now there's 2 down. And Mackenzie Cox will step in. 1 for 3. Had a single back in the 3rd. Now with 2 down. Titans will have Merck, Jones, and George scheduled in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the 1-0 from Velasquez. That's a ground ball to Merck. Merck gloves it, throws to first, and that's the end of the inning. But not before the Saints score twice and take a 4-3 lead as we head to the bottom of the 7th. So Morgan Stevens takes the mound now, looking to lock down a win. So Jessica Merck will lead things off here in the bottom of the 7th for the Titans. Merck 1 for 2 so far today, single and scored back in the 2nd. Leads things off here against Stevens. Merck fouls that one away, strike 1. So here's the 0-1 to Merck. That one's inside, ball 1, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. That one's low, ball 2, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 to Merck. Merck hits that one into the gap. That's going to go all the way to the wall. Merck around first. She'll roll into second with a double to lead things off for the Titans. Another big hit for Jessica Merck, and the Titans are in business in the bottom of the 7th. So Martha Jones will step in. 0 for 1, struck out back in the 5th, also hit by a pitch. And looks like that might be it for Stevens. A good outing for Morgan Stevens. So Chloe Woods will come in to try to get the last 3 outs for Santa Fe. Chloe Woods has been really good, 5-1 with a 1.94 ERA. She's not allowed to run in the last 9 innings, 3 in the last 20. So it's going to see what she does against the Titans today. So Martha Jones will step in now against Chloe Woods. Martha Jones had a good day today so far for the Titans. Shows bunt. Pulls it back. Ball 1. Good eye there from Martha Jones. Here's the 1-0 from Woods. Martha shows bunt again. Ball 2, 2-0. So Jones ahead in the count. So 2-0. Chloe Woods is ready. Here's the 2-0 to Martha. That's high. Ball 3. And Martha Jones ahead in the count. 3-0. Chloe Woods looking for the sign. Here's the 3-0. That one's inside, ball 4. So Martha Jones on for the second time here in game 2. And now 2 on, nobody out. So Emma George will step up. So Emma George steps in with 2 on, nobody out here in the 9th. George 1 for 2 today. Heading infield single back in the 5th. Shows bunt, lays it down but fouls it back, strike 1. So 0-1, Chloe Woods looking for the sign. The sun is definitely causing her trouble getting the sign. Here's the 0-1. Shows bunt, throws high, throw down to first, but Martha's back in time. 1-1 is the count now. So 1-1. Emma George shows bunt, pops it up, and can't get the job done as she flies out for the first out. And now Brooklyn Scott will pinch hit. So Brooklyn Scott will pinch hit here. Scott had a pinch hit walk in the Titans rally last inning that fell short. Comes in here, strike 1 from Chloe Woods. One down here in the bottom of the 7th. Titans have 2 on. Brooklyn Scott facing Chloe Woods. Here's the 0-1. Scott fouls that straight back, 0-2. So Chloe Woods gets the sign. Brooklyn Scott's ready. Here's the pitch. That one's outside, ball 1. Good eye by Brooklyn Scott. 1-2. Here's the 1-2. Brooklyn Scott. Oh, what a play by Murch. Murch catches the line drive at first, touches first for the double play, and Santa Fe wins the game. What a finish. The Titans drop both sides of the doubleheader. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will be back on the air Tuesday when it's a WEFSC TV game. First pitch is 2 o'clock against Seminole State College. We will see you then.